Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I see people are grabbing some coffee and tea up there in Nacasdley. Hopefully Ninkaini Treatment Center that you've been able to join us as well. Oh yes, I just saw a head pop by the screen. And welcome to everybody on Adobe Connect. We are here at the second session for the UBC Youth Circle for the 2013-2014 school year. And first of all, I want to recognize the Musqueam territory for which our downtown office here in Vancouver resides. Today's session is on Indigenous youth wellness, and I want to welcome Elder Gerry Oleman as he presents a special Aboriginal Youth Learning Circle on Indigenous youth wellness. Gerry believes that with the rising incidence of youth violence, drug abuse, and gangs, youth wellness is one of the ongoing concerns in Indigenous communities today. Gerry has worked with the Indian Residential School Survivor Society since 1998. He is from Seton Lake of the St'át'imc Nation. He has been involved in addictions programs, providing leadership politically and administratively for his community and the nation. And I've seen Gerry everywhere in the city. He is an amazing man. It's just very, very nice to have you back here on the Learning Circle. So I'm going to turn the table over to Gerry for his presentation. And thank you and welcome to the UBC Learning Circle today.
Thank you. I can't see you all, but hello. Are they going to be able to talk to me? Or?
Yes, they will be. If anybody wants to interact with Gerry, you're just going to have to turn your microphone on. And maybe what we'll start with is a roundtable of Gerry would like to know who is in the rooms on video conference. So Nacasdley, if we could start with you up there, that would be great. Let's find out who's in the room.
Getting the button.
Yes. And who we have in the room while they're turning on their mic. Yeah, there we go.
Hi, sorry, it's the first time I've used this equipment. My name is Nora. I'm the counselor in the youth program.
Did you catch that?
Did you hear that?
Yeah, okay. The counselor of which program? Sorry?
Yeah. Youth program.
Youth program.
Ninkaini youth program, yeah.
I'm Cynthia. Okay. I'm a resident here.
And I'm Heidi.
I'm Dara.
Name's Janera.
What is the? Can you share with us the age range at the treatment center, like in the room? Who's the youngest and who's the oldest?
I'm 17. I'm 17 and I'm the oldest, Cynthia.
I'm the second oldest. I'm Heidi and I'm 17.
I'm Dora and I'm 16.
Okay, I'm Janera.
Okay, welcome.
Totally.
Thank you, ladies.
Very good, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, how about let's go over to Penelakut. Can you tell us who's in the room over there? Ninkaini, can I just get you to mute your microphone? Thank you for sharing with us.
Oh, yeah. There you go, Cynthia.
Is it muted? Is it muted now? Yeah. Is it muted?
No, you're good. You can just tell us what your roles are in your community. That would be great.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear the question or anything. I'm prepared for a parent group. Okay, just a second. I'll turn this up here. I'm Carmen. I'm the co-high aide here in Penelakut, and I assist Normaline Charlie with her programs. This is Normaline here.
Hi, ladies. And what does Norma do?
Community health rep.
Oh, you do everything then. That's great. Thank you. Welcome to the group. Nikasti, Dilly, can you tell us who's in the room there?
Although we were the first ones to introduce ourselves. It's Renata Wallstrom, Community Health Nurse.
Caroline Bird, maternal child health home visitor.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you for doing that again. Who we have on Adobe Connect? Sorry, if you can just hit the mute button, that would be great. If everybody can hit the mute button is just on top of the, yes, there we go. Thank you. And in the Adobe Connect, we were supposed to have 8 video conference on video conference joining us. We had 60 register for Adobe Connect today. So there's a variety of counselors, youth support workers, community health workers, Aboriginal health liaisons from health authorities, and I'm sure people will be joining us more on Adobe Connect as we go along. So what I'm going to do is turn it over to Gerry. And we have an idea of who's participating today. Thank you.
All right. Good morning. It's so good to be here with all of you today. And I've been called here to do a presentation on forming approaches to working with youth and their families and communities. And I'm just so happy to be here to share. Basically, what I'm going to be sharing is my experience in working with youth and recreation as well as counseling or healing. But I'd like to start my session off today with a prayer song for all of our youth and their families, from the ones that are here today. Thank you. The only one I can see is Nakasli. Hadi. Okay, as an introduction to my presentation, I'd just like to say, as is mentioned before, we're in a time now where there's a rising incidence, or we all hear and see and feel some of the negative events that are happening with our youth, such as violence and addictions, suicide, etc. And it's a big concern all across the land, all across Canada, in our reservations and in the urban centers. The common denominator to me, of course, is the colonization process that none of us are immune to today. We're not immune to this in any way. All of the families, all of the communities, all of our people across Canada. We're not immune to its negative impacts that we're now starting to deal with today. That's why I'm happy to be here today with the youth and with the people that work with youth. Whether you're in health field or recreation, whatever you're doing, you're fulfilling a role to become part of the solution to the negative impacts of colonization. We're now in a state of recovery all across the land. We're now starting to look at our youth. And my belief is we need to form approaches that are effective to work with our youth. We have many challenges and concerns, and I know you do, working out there and living out there, that there are challenges and concerns that you're facing. And I'd just like to list a few of them to give us the context of what we're looking at, and then talk about the approaches that I've used in my career as a counselor and a change agent. And you remember that our challenges and our concerns that we're facing today were created. They were man-made. And because of that statement, I have hope today that we can change simply because it's man-made. What we're facing is man-made, so we can fix it. So the number one challenge that I feel is fractured families, that our families have become fractured, and that we're scattered like leaves in the fall time. Their residential school experience was a breeding ground for dysfunction. I went to Kamloops Indian Residential School, and I know that it affected me as a father, as a son, as a nephew, as a grandson, and today as a grandparent. This dysfunction in regards to family health and dynamics has had a huge impact on us. Before the residential school, we came from a system that stimulated its members to be active and to grow and to develop, to be a positive member of a clan. That's a system we come from, where we were encouraging and making sure that our youth had teachings, that they understood their roles and responsibilities and found their purpose in life. That's where we come from. What we have today, that are families that aren't operating properly with a purpose of promoting growth and development to its members. And why would this be? And of course, I go back again to that residential school experience. I was parented basically by a couple of men in my experience at residential school. That's where I learned how to be a parent. And it wasn't good teachings. When you're parenting that many boys in a dormitory, you don't have time for connecting with that child that's in front of you. As we all know that our young children were raised in a paramilitary atmosphere. And that means like in the army, fixing beds, doing chores, living an institutionalized life. So we reflect that parenting style when we become parents, and thus we become fractured, because I turned against my supervisors in residential school, or I resented them. I did not connect with them, I did not work with them, and they were not nourishing me or encouraging me to be my best. So when I became a parent, basically that's what happened once my children became teenagers. When they were babies, I was a wonderful father. When they did not talk back to me, I could carry them, I washed diapers, I done it all. But once they became the age of having their mind, my parenting style went to a residential school. I was doing what I knew how to do, and that created dysfunction. So we look today, and our children and youth are a reflection or an echo of the residential school experience. Because when we left that place, many of us would either overcompensate and spoil our children, or we would be mean and cruel to them. So that's why I say today we have fractured families. When you have whole communities that have sent children to residential school, one of our biggest losses is how to be affectionate with one another as families. How to hold each other, be close to one another. That's a huge loss. We know what happens to babies and when they say failure to thrive, because they're not nourished through touch of the human, loving touch. And basically, that's what happened to residential school survivors. That was part of the experience. And I believe that has had a huge impact on us as families. I hear it wherever I travel. You know, my mom or my dad doesn't hug me. They went to residential school. So we have fractured families today, and we need to put them back together. Further on in my talk, I will be talking about how to do that, how I have done that. So that's number one on my list of challenges and concerns. I was asked before I started if I would answer questions as we go along, and I said yes. So if any of you have a question, because I'm going to move on from fractured families to another topic, so if you have a question, you can ask. If not, I'm just going to carry on.
Okay.
The second area that I wanted to cover today that would lead us, our youth, to having problems, or having problems and living a dysfunctional life or not finding their purpose. And the number two topic that came to me as I was meditating on my presentation today was identity issues. Our children and youth are in a period of uncertainty and confusion today. It's part of my belief. Because they are identifying their life, what they're living today, with what they're growing up in. As we know, in many of our communities, many of our adults are unemployed, which means that there's poverty, there's violence, there's, that poverty, which means being poor. When you grow up in that, of course, there's many things missing for you. Simple things like nourishment of proper food can be missing for you. When they identify that and they see that and they become that identity, it leads to insecurity. And I know that from experience for myself that I had. Even though I'm Statlium, I would have identity issues because I was not fluent in my language, for instance. And it impacted me, my self-esteem, my value of myself. When I would hear people speaking to me in Statlium and I could not answer, it led to identity problems for Gerry. So I know that feeling, that confusion. And I know many of us, we carry different, what they call blood in us. Like, for instance, I was told I'm part Spanish and part Irish. and many of my cousins were rejected because of their mixed blood. And that becomes an identity issue. And I believe it's with many of our youth today. I always go back to one of my old aunties, who is gone now, that would say, it doesn't matter to me how my granddaughter looks if she's got blue eyes. I know she's got my blood of my grandfather in her, and that makes her mine. She belongs to us. And that's what I go by today. And I know some of our youth and children are suffering from identity issues. And we must help them face those and come to an understanding and an acceptance of who they are. When we have identity issues, we're living a life that does not, where we do not know our role and our responsibilities and purpose as First Nations. So we will help our youth and children come to a place of being proud of their heritage and their identity. Because if it's all they're seeing, and what makes sense to them, because they see it on a regular basis, as negativity within their own people. We must let them know that we come from a beautiful people that lived on this land for thousands upon thousands of years in a way that there was no extinction when we were here by ourselves, that we lived with the land, that we belonged to the land. And that was our identity. The other area I wanted to cover was poverty. Being poor, I mentioned. Through the colonization process, we lost access to land and resources. And we're put onto small sections of land called a reservation. And that is proven today that it causes poverty for our people. Many of our people are unemployed and don't have jobs. Without land and a resource base, we were forced to become wards of the state of Canada. We became a welfare state under Canada. In this way of life, many have insufficient amounts of resources to nourish themselves in a good way, in a healthy manner, where our children grow up with nice teeth, strength in their body and their mind, and they can reach their potential. I believe we can still do this, even with living under the welfare state, that we can train our youngsters to get what we can from the land and to start to control what we eat. So the sad part of this for me, being poor, is that we've ended up in what some people would call an inferior way of life. And we end up with an inferior view of ourselves and each other. But it need not be. I keep looking back at where we come from, how we lived on this land, with the land, and how we celebrated when we get resources like a deer or salmon. We celebrated life. I know we can go back to that. The next area I'd like to move on to is what I call escapism. Another term is addictions. Many of our people today are seeking distraction and relief from the unpleasant reality of what I just mentioned before: fractured families, identity issues, poverty. Many. I turned to addictions at one part of my life to escape reality of what I went through at residential school. You know, and when we live that life, when we see that life, we either fight it or we escape. And so when the adults started to escape the unpleasant reality, of course the children are impacted by this. We just look at, like, for instance, substance addiction, which is any fluid, gas, or solid that we put into our bodies to help us to forget, such as alcohol or drugs. Many are addicted to salt and sugar, the Red Bull, the energy drink, different things that we're putting into our bodies to distract us. And there's a process addictions, things that we do over and over again to distract us, such as gaming and computers, internet, social networking, gambling, those kinds of actions. Just to be distracted and get some relief from the reality of what we're seeing around us. Our youth cannot help but be impacted by this lifestyle, and they too start to seek distraction and relief. So I'd just like to move on to my final one, and I'm glad it's my final one, and there's others, of course, because I could sense, you know, even with myself, this is a heavy topic to look at where we are today. And the last is abuse, which is cruel and violent treatment. It's regularly or repeatedly done, and it causes damage or harm. And this has been causing damage and harm to our homes and our communities, and to the victims, in mind, body, and spirit. When someone has been abused, it's in their mind and they remember. Every time they see a person that's hurt them, or reminded, or they walk in the community, they're reminded of violence that may have happened to them, or harm. If their bodies have been hurt, their body remembers as well. So unless we deal with this abuse and help them to heal from the abuse, they start to lose the will to live and to succeed. And that's critical that we start to address this. We are seeing the results of historical and current abuse today in our youth. You know, through what's happening with addictions and violence, gang violence, bullying. You know, I know you all out there know the lists, so I don't need to go over them all. I know you understand. And I say we've come to a place now where we are hurting people. That we've come to that place. Because I believe it is people that have been hurt that are hurting people. So now I'm going to move on to approaches to working with First Nations youth, unless there are any questions.
Questions?
No.
Okay.
Like it. If anybody has questions or comments on the video conference, if you could just wave your hand at me, and then we'll just make sure we're being interactive here and including you in the conversation. Okay.
Okay, good.
Thanks, Gerry.
Okay, now to move on to my favorite part, which is approaches to working with youth, First Nations youth. And I got to admit to you, when I first started working in the counseling field in 1976, by 1979, I was saying to myself, well, I'm going to be working with adults. The youth seemed to be a huge challenge to me, and I just started working with adults, kept working with adults. Till I went to a community and I started being a consultant. I went to a community and I told them, when they asked me if I work with youth, and I said, you know what, I'd rather fight a bear barehanded than work with youth. But I went there in December on this coastal community up north, and the one that hired me said, yes, you're working with the adults during the day on addictions. In the evening, we're going to have you working with our youth, which was news to me. And I said, oh. I says, okay. So the first group that I worked with were elementary school children, and I was to talk to them about addictions. And they were wonderful to work with. I had them sit on the floor around me, and I'd done a quick presentation, and they were easy to work with. Then the teenagers came in, and they closed the gymnasium down, literally herded them to where I was. So I'd work with them. And they come in, and they're being youth. And the worker left me there all by myself with them. And I said, well, I'm here to talk to you, youth, about drugs, sex, and rock and roll. You know, this is 1979. And I said, I want you to pretend we're on radio and you're going to interview me. So I want all of you to ask me a question. And I handed around a fake microphone. And they all asked me questions. From that experience, you know, and then after that, I had a wonderful week with them, 1 hour a night, sharing with them. But what I'd learned, and this helped me with all groups that I work with, that our first task as workers is to connect. Connect, connect, connect. Connect with the ones you're working with. Make a connection through talk, through sharing tea, through stories, but connect. It's critical that you connect. Connect not only with the youth that you're working with, but in some way with the families, their families, as well as your community. When you have this link, this connection with the youth and with their families, I know it's hard, but a link could be simply just saying, hi, I'm taking your child or your children out. Make that connection. That's all it requires. Because now you're starting to form a working relationship. You're going to work with them. You're going to have a relationship. When you establish that, then there's going to be communication with one another. You're going to listen and talk to one another. You know, I started in addictions, and we were taught that the work is going to be education, prevention, and healing, or treatment they called it, and I call it healing. So that's been my approach. It's a basic approach, and I believe it's a good one, and that all is required. Even, like I ended up being able to work in all of those areas. Healing, education, and prevention. So I focused on those areas when I learned that that method of working. And I started to hear appreciation from youth, from families, and from the community because I became successful. You need, I'm going to tell you, to make that connection somehow, one-to-one, with the youth you're working with. Make a connection. And if at all possible, with their families. Just to let them know who's working with their child, their children. So I started to run programs in the community, and I started to develop specific programs. I started to identify target groups in the community. And my foundation was going to be cultural. My program is actually called Cultural Revival. And that was going to be my foundation. That's where I was going to work from. I was going to incorporate culture into my work. Statlium culture. Because I'm Statlium and I was working with Statlium people. So my program was to address cultural teachings, prevention through activities, and healing through ceremony, as well as, helping people to go to treatment. Someone want to ask a question?
Is there a question up in Penellicut? Or a comment?
I wonder if they can hear. They can?
Mm-hmm. They froze.
Is everybody all right?
She'll just check. They froze, so something happened with them. Just find out what's happened. Sorry, we've just had one of our rooms on video conference freeze, so they left the room. They may have been dropped from the bridge. But Kispiox has joined us. Welcome, Kispiox. Thank you for joining us today.
Penellicut left, or they're...
I'm not sure if they left or they mistakenly turned the machine off, or if they were dropped from the bridge. Sometimes we have technical difficulties that occasionally the north, their connection on their end because of the need for high-speed internet. So we do have a question, Gerry. Michelle is asking, is the community very accepting of your approaches, the healing, education, and prevention? Who helped you along this process with the youth and with respects to staffing and programs?
Who helped me? Whoa. I started in 76. So in 76, when you worked in addictions, our training was basically what they call Nietzsche Institute, which is excellent training. Nietzsche Institute. And they trained us to resource in the community, how to ask for help, identify ones that are going to help us, and to recruit them to help us. So I was recruiting people that weren't maybe necessarily in the band office, but anyone in the community that supported the idea of sobriety. That was my support. So basically I was on my own, and I started to develop my own resource pool because I was taught by Nietzsche to do that. So that's how I started.
I think so. I was thinking when you said 1976, I was trying to remember how old I was back in 76. And we used to come home in our community. It was very different because I grew up in a small town outside of Seattle. So going home to the reserve was quite the experience because you go from a predominantly non-native environment to a native environment, and going to home to community was amazing. It was like that. I can remember going to gym night. So when you said they shut the gym down to herd the youth in, I thought that's exactly what they would have done in our community, because it was the gym time that drew us in. But when they had a speaker come in to speak to us, they would just put all the equipment away and we would have to sit. So yes, I can see there was one person that married into our community that did a lot of our work in my own community of Splatching. So it's interesting. Back in '76, a visit home meant probably 40 youth probably coming together.
Mm-hmm. So I guess.
So is community very accepting of your approaches with healing, education, and prevention?
Yes, and but that takes work to be accepted in a community. They have to trust you first off, and that's why I was saying the theme is connect, connect, connect. When you're a worker in a community, to have some connection. For instance, I had a connection with one of the council members, and I tell him what I'm doing. So if they talked about it at council level, they would know what I'm doing. So I made sure I at least had one connection at the political level in the community. And a couple of the elders, they knew what I was doing and what I wanted to do. They supported me. So when you get support of the community, it's much easier to get some of the resources that are there. And I know resources are limited in all of our communities. But when they could see the purpose and the intent and they understand, then they're going to support you. That when you do things, they see it happening. When you tell them what you're going to do, and they see it happening. The success is a wonderful, wonderful advertising when you are successful. Then they want you to continue. Then they support you. So being successful is right off the bat, is critical, I believe, where you're going to have youth coming and wanting to be there because you connect with the youth. So I believe I connected at all of those levels, in the community, with the family, and the youth, and I was successful.
Thank you, Michelle, for that question.
Yeah, I'd like to talk, I said I'm going to talk about programming and the programs that I ran. And the first one I wanted to talk about is general program, which is open, like youth program, a general youth program, which is open to all youth. And in this one I would do recreational activities, like I had a track and field team, for instance, where I would teach them triple jump, 100 meter, some long distance. So I started to find places to bring them for track and field meets. So once a week we're getting together, learning how to do track and field. And I'd have help from the community, young adults that would help. I was surprised at the youth, that when you get them together and you're going to teach them something they don't know, and when you connect with them and be at, I'll call it their level, and I started to see them. I would come to a place where I say, forget about yourself, and you start to participate, and you lose your self-consciousness and your insecurity. And they all started to learn the skill of track and field. The other programs, of course, would be soccer, fastball, where I'd take them all out. We didn't have a gymnasium at the time when I was an addictions counselor. We had a small hall, so I took advantage of our great outdoors. I think that every reservation can have access to. One of my general program activities was I took youth out just to look at deer in the winter. Because deer, where I'm from, are herd up in the winter in the deep snow. And you can walk out there if you know where they are, and you see hundreds of deer. And I remember I took the youth out, on an activity like that. The excitement. Like we brought hot chocolate, and hot dogs, we had a roast out in the snow. But when they seen the deer, to feel their excitement, to hear them, their excitement. It was a wonderful, and I took them home, they were telling their parents, they were excited. So they got to go out and exercise because we had to hike in the winter, so I would do activities like that just to get them out, to be together, and they learn social skills this way. That would be my general program, where I invite all youth and take out whoever came. Other areas I worked in were with high-risk youth in my community as well as other communities. And of course, these are the ones that are self-harming or violent, or so these ones are more one-to-one or small groups. In my community, I started a boxing club, for instance, and I'd be working one-on-one with youth and teaching them skills. So I wasn't approaching it, what you could say, problem-centered approach, but I'd go around by connecting with them. And I started to hear, in the boxing club, if you wanted to belong to the boxing club, you had to be involved in all of the activities, and part of it was the sweat lodge. So they started getting introduced to the cultural aspect of our way of life, the Statlium way of life, because sweat lodge was part of our way of life. So they would come in, and they started to be exposed to the culture. And they started there to share into what we could say, free ourselves. So in high risk, I believe it needs to be small group or one-on-one when you're working with youth. Or better yet, and I started eventually to do that work with them and their family. Actually go into their home and work with the high-risk youth and their family in session as a small group. I worked with a family of 4, 2 daughters and a mother and a father. And all of the sessions were an hour once a week. And I go in and we would have one topic only every session. Like one of the topics was anger. And I would not ask them to talk about how they were angry with each other, because that would shut down, I believe, the session. People are afraid to come together in our families. Remember, when I started out, I said we're fractured families today. So I've understood this for years. So when I started working with a family with a high risk cases, I would go in and I'd say, okay, we're all going to share what anger means to me. And they'd work on small cards. Then they would share, how do I feel when I see anger? And how do I feel when I'm angry? Then they would share what they wrote with each other, and they're all talking the same topic. In that way, they got to understand each other in this anger. We come to a place of anger. Another topic would be love, what love means to them. How do they feel when they're loved? How do they feel when they love someone? So I'd work with families like this, and it became very successful, teaching them communication skills. Because when we work with youth, if we can teach them skills, help them to heal, and help them to feel good about themselves, I believe we're being successful. And that's how I started to work with high risk, through recreation activities and actually working with the family. Also, it's good to have gender-specific sessions with youth, where you get all the the guys together, all the gals together, where they have an opportunity to come together, to start to learn about their role, for the guys, for what's a man's role in today's world, what's a woman's role, and their responsibilities. And I believe when we do this, we can teach them how to build healthy relationships. How often have we heard our youth fall apart when they all of a sudden separate boyfriend, girlfriend, or when they lose their relationship? So I feel that we need to do a lot more gender-specific sessions with youth in our community, and have elders and have different people come to talk to them about being a male or a female. Because in our fractured family, a lot of our men today, if they don't work, they lose this feeling about putting in to the house. And their male pride is damaged. So we need to teach them it's okay to work in the house. And also you must leave the house at times. You must go out and cut wood, do something. We must start to train our young men how to act as men. What is a good man? What is a strong man? Same with the ladies. To start to get this feel of their responsibility as a mother and a father, future mothers, future fathers. And this is where when we have gender-specific sessions, we can start to teach this. It needs to be taught. In my fantasies, I know that they used to do this culturally. They'd call in teachers to talk to the men, to talk to the woman, the young men, the young woman, the youth. And I believe this is an area that we need to go back to because of the fractured family syndrome that's happening now. So I'd encourage all of you out there, and probably some of you are doing it already, and if you are, keep it up. Keep finding topics for gender-specific groups around sexuality, around violence, family violence, being a good parent, parenting skills, traditional parenting, all of those topics. Another part of programming that I worked in was what I call family time. Once in a while, just offer a time for the whole family to come together, potluck, come eat together, share together, do activities as family. And that's basically have fun. Come together and have fun with each other and learn. And this is a tough one because of the world that we all live in, of television and all the distractions we have. But if you can start small, start to attract families to do this, to work together. Because that's where we come from. We work together. Then you'll start to see some results. More socialization. We need to be together. We need to learn from one another. We need to share. In programming, when I worked in communities, I found it useful to have planning for one big event, even if it's one a year or one a season, where we're going to travel. Because this takes fundraising, planning, transportation. Oh, it's a lot of planning. But I was most successful when I involved the youth. There's one community, and I remember I took out the flip chart stand and said, "What do you want to do?" And so I was connecting with them. I'm saying, "We're going to do what you want to do." So they'd say, "Play soccer," and we had a whole list of things they wanted to do. Someone had said, "Go whale watching." And I asked, what's the favorite one? And of all the list, and they all said whale watching. So I was standing in front of them, and I pulled my pocket inside out, and I said, I have no money. Do you? And of course, they say no. You know. And I said, okay, we'll have to fundraise, you know, to do this. And it became a community movement to get youth to go whale watching out of Vancouver Island. And we're from the mainland. But I've seen family growth happen through this. Seen excitement. We're doing car washes, bake sales, cigarette night. You know where they sell cigarettes, they go over and they sell cookies and cakes. And the community started to say, okay, we'll donate the van for transportation. You know, and we'll donate some money for ferry because we have to get ferry. But I feel if you can do that, where they're going to raise the money and they're going to ask, gives them a wonderful skill of reaching out. And that was probably one of my most successful, what I call family time events. And it was so enjoyable to do that, nourishing. Because when we got out, I went with them. We're in Long Beach out at Tofino, having a picnic. You know, in the nighttime after we went whale watching. And I was told after, you know, that it helped students with their marks. Because when we're meeting once a week, doing recreational activities, then once a week for fundraising. You know, so they were saying that it affected their, not only how they socialized and how they felt about each other, but students' marks in school as well. So family time, if you can do this, it'll be wonderful. Or this big event time, I mean, because you get people to work together. So that's programming I'd like to talk about. You know, I know there's a lot that I can share in my experience about working with youth. You know, that's what I'd like to talk about in the sense of programming. But I want to go back now in my conclusion. And my way was to find a way to connect with them. And I let them know that they have a voice. I want to hear them. And I literally at times work with youth, and I would say, I want you all to say, when I count to 3, Gerry, I have a voice. And I would hear these youth hollering out, Gerry, I have a voice. And I tell them, okay, I want you to use that voice to create beauty, to create good things, not for destruction. And that's one way of connecting. Just starting to use that voice, starting to use each other's names, and hearing them out, listening to them. One of the other things I've learned in connecting is I literally start to ask, can I speak to you? Can I teach you? Can I work with you? And I get them to go, uh-huh, or yes. And I would ask them. And I count to 3, and I say, when I finish counting, I want you to let me know I can teach you or work with you. And I would hear them. And they start to go, uh-huh. I told them our people were noisy listeners. When I talked to elders when I was a young man, I'd hear them going, uh-huh, uh-huh, or oh, appa, oh, and they're letting me know they're listening, that I'm part of them. So I start to do that now today in my work. I was working with youth up in Nisga'a territory, and I asked them, can I teach you? Can I be with you? And when they acknowledge, that means they're in and we've connected. They've given me permission. So we need to encourage them to use their voice. The other part that I'm doing constantly now is I'm giving them a point of reference of who we are as a people, where we come from. I was lucky that I had inspiration from my grandmother and other elders in my community that told me about the life before Shama or before white people. And they would tell me, and I had heroes. I had people that they would tell me stories of men that could carry tremendous amounts of weight in salmon or deer, that they could do these wonderful things and how generous they were. And I started to look at our people. And I'd look at the West Coast and I'd tell them, you know, and all over this land, people were building canoes that were very water-worthy, that were safe, that were efficient and beautiful. That our people would do this. And that we respected everything that kept us alive. Water, people, deer, everything. We gave thanks whenever we had it, because it's given us life. I remind them that someone carried us when we were a baby and kept us alive. We must remember this. So we start to form respect for our parents, or at least acknowledge them. I know it's hard sometimes, because some of our parents, when they grew up in residential school, they lost their self-respect. But we must bring it back. Must go back to that way where we respect and honor everything that gives us life. And I thought about some of our old cultural ways when they're saying they bury that umbilical cord in the earth and they connect the baby to the earth. Then we have an identity and we belong. We're hooked to what's keeping us alive, which is the earth. Because before that, our mother was keeping us alive. It's our mother that nourished us when we're inside our mom. Oxygen, food, love, everything comes through our mother. Then when we come out into the world, now it's the earth that's going to keep us alive. So I'll tell them stories about how eagles parent, about hummingbirds, about different ways that our people would teach our children and youth. Then I'll tell them that, you know, before contact we were very healthy as people. And the word health means to be strong in mind, body, and spirit. That we're sound. Our bodies, we can go great distance. We have strength. No diabetes, no cancer. We're healthy. And our mind is clear, and we can learn. And we can help ourselves and help one another. And when the spirit is strong, you want to live every day and you want to succeed at what you do. You want to be kind to people. I tell them that's where we come from. That's the people we come from. I tell them this so they'll have a reference point of being Indigenous or First Nations. Because if they're growing up and they don't see this, how are they to know this we tell them? And they have an understanding. And start to wish for a life where their body is strong, their mind, and their spirit. They have a way where They start to understand that their purpose is to find their gifts and to use them to help ourselves and to help the clan, because we all come from clan systems. That's what we're here for. That we have a purpose, and a purpose fills our life with meaning. We have a meaning to be here. We want to be here. We know our responsibilities. We're able to respond. We can do this. And we understand the power of spoken word through our teachings. Elders would say, be careful and sincere with your words. If you holler at people in rage and anger, you can shorten their life. Because your words are like the arrow leaving the bow. It enters people. So we were taught before to be very careful with our words when we're speaking to our people or to ourselves. I know that working with youth is challenging today. What I just say to you is to challenge yourself to do your best. Bring out your best every time you work with them. Don't compare yourself to others and what they got, what they don't have. You'd be miserable. Use what you have. Use your community. Use the families. Connect with the youth. So that's how I'm going to close, is to encourage you. And thank you for answering the call, for working with youth. And to encourage you always to do your best. Always. And when I was coming here this morning, I was thinking about one of the youth that I first started working with. And I prayed this morning. Part of the prayer was for all the families, all the youth. If we don't find a way to connect, there are going to be lonely people out there. So we must connect with each other and work and play and rest. I wanted to thank you for calling me here today. And I'd just like to open it up for questions now, if there are any.
Yeah, I have a couple comments, but I think I want to move us to you being a part of a project with the PHSA.
Yes.
And the project you were working on with them, the interactive health promotion and suicide prevention online training program.
Mm-hmm.
Can you just tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, I started working with PHSA on this youth wellness, and it's called Huishtui, which is a Statlium way of saying idle no more. Or let's go. It means let's go. And the whole intent of the program is to have an online program for youth. And it's still in the process of being developed, and there's a lot of work put into it. And I'm proud to be part of it, because I know many of our youth are on these phones or computers or pads, and we can get to them. And the Huishtui program wants to teach the youth where we're all from, about our history. And I've been telling you today, I started out by talking about our problems and where they come from. And it comes from history, from colonization process, and the residential school was part of it, and the reservation is part of it. So when your youth go through Huishtui, they start to learn this. And by actively watching videos or speakers, answering questions, they start to learn about the history of what happened with our people, where we're from. And it's all designed on youth wellness. And I believe I really have high hopes for it. That we'll start to get to many youth, that they can start to go through it in small groups, huistui, and start to learn. Because once we learn and we grow and we develop, when we learn, we develop new skills, new beliefs. And we need new beliefs, and we need skills and communication and problem solving. So that's huistui.
So this is being rolled out in specific communities, right?
Mm-hmm. It's I guess what you call a pilot.
Mm-hmm.
It's being piloted. So specific communities for now. The dream, at least I dream that it become available to everyone. And we have resources to do it in a way that is safe.
Yes, very interesting, because there's the Nishkas, I don't know how to say that, Gitza, Gukla, Lake Babine, Nakadasli, which was on earlier, Okanagan, I don't know, Squilla,
Squayla, yeah.
and Cowichan tribes, and some urban centers, Karisakani, Anya, Urban Native Youth Association. So that's great. Great big project, and hopefully soon, like you say, that'll be rolling out and made available to all First Nations communities and organizations. And I do believe I did see you in a video that talked about two-spirited youth.
Yes.
A while ago.
Yes.
Because we had Jessica on from Youth Co, and she actually sent me this video link about working with Two-Spirited, and you know how that is in communities and how hard it is to be a youth, which kind of ties into the bullying and things of that nature. And it was a really well put together video that you actually had with youth.
Yes.
And that was really nice. I just wanted to make that comment about that video. And going back to, are there any comments out there from Denkaini or Kispiox? Any input?
Hi.
Hello.
It's Willie Blackwater.
Oh.
How you doing, Gary?
All right. How you doing?
All right. So, how would we go about actually getting the youth away from their distractions and motivated and involved in the different programs that we have here in Kitchan Health Society?
Did you hear that?
Okay, Willie.
We can't see you.
Did you hear my question? No?
Yes.
Hi. Hi.
Hello.
Hang up.
I want to ask a question about residential school. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I think you have to go. Oh, my question is about residential school for you. How was it like?
Okay.
Did they hear me?
No?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, now
We have two questions.
Can you mute your microphone, please? We do have two questions on the table right now, and one was from Willie and Kispiox. How do we engage our youth and have them become more interactive? And two, residential school, what was it like?
Okay. Willie.
Hello?
Hello,
Can you
Willie.
hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So how do we get the youth away from their distractions and actually get them involved in the different programs that we have here at Gitchan Health?
Okay. That's a big question, Willie. Yeah, so what I would suggest is, like I was suggesting during my presentation, is that the first thing is to connect with youth. And at times, sometimes it's good for you to find the leader. There's always a leader, I believe, in all of our communities, someone that youth will listen to. And start to find those ones that they will listen to. But first off, I believe if you can gather the youth and start to talk to them and connect to them, and we need to consult with the youth. It's just like survivors. If you consult with survivors and what will work for you, then they're going to go to it. And it's the same for the youth. But it needs to be done, with helpers, I believe, that can do this, connect with them, and call them together and start to, like when I worked with that one group, I asked them, well, what do you want to do? What's going to help you? And start to list them. And I wrote down every suggestion they gave and have them decide the ones we're going to do. We ended up having a movie night once a week. We play soccer. We were doing different activities. So consulting with the youth and getting their permission. Like I was saying, now I ask them, can I even speak to you? Can I teach you? To get that connection with them. I think that's critical, is getting that connection. So they'll start to have a relationship with you. When we build healthy relationships in a community, that's not only between men and women, but in family, with workers, with political leaders. And we start to connect, and we start to be with each other. The system that we've inherited has fragmented us as a community as well. So we need to start to connect and to start to talk and to listen to one another. So with your youth in your community, if you can call them together, and I know I've seen communities now saying, okay, we want you come in, and I've seen this, and I was actually part of a program in the summer where we took the phones, give them back at the end of the session. Otherwise, people are texting each other and they're not really there. So you have to find a way to get around the challenges and you get them together in a way that's acceptable to them. Otherwise, they're not going to come. So we need to be very creative, but in a way to consult them first. And if they trust you and they start to believe what you're putting on the table for them, that it's going to come from them, but it's all meant around personal growth and development as a First Nations individual. And if they buy into that, then you're going to have them. So that's my suggestion, Willie.
I will add to it from just some experience that we had in our communities and starting these conversations. It's building the partnerships that you talk about, the supports, and finding those people who support and have that trust. What we ended up doing was more of an integrated team approach. We used the support workers in the school systems because they had already established that trust. And we knew that she had a really good working relationship with about 25 to 30 of our students. So we offered to do a partnership, and the health department and the education department actually came together and funded like a pizza, an after-school event, and where we wanted to know what they wanted to do as youths. So that's kind of where the basis of what type of youth worker do you want? If you don't have a youth worker in your community, what do you want to see in a youth worker? Is it the activities, the fundraising, all the pieces being put together? So that was one way we removed them from the distractions. But had we known to remove the cell phones, it's little tips like that and sharing circles like this that and I'm not sure if there's any other areas. I mean, maybe the treatment center has some ideas as to how to remove the distractions as well, and sharing the best practices, because that is a great idea. A cell phone scramble of some sort, mix all the cell phones up, and at the end of the session they come and grab their cell phones. So I'm not sure if anybody else has anything to say about the practices about getting them away from the distractions. I know in the family that I'm currently involved with, part of their issues were eating in front of the TV. And as we heard in the last presentation on healthy eating and mental wellness, is shutting off the computer and stepping up to that plate and saying no TV, no gaming, that, you know, together we're going to sit together or eat together, and it helps with the digestion, right? Which I kind of knew in the back of my mind, but that kind of reinforced it when we had a dietitian sitting here a couple weeks ago talking about that in her series. You know, what do we do? And, you know, she just spelled it outright. We need to shut those TVs off and to do the, you know, the family times, which you reinforced as well. So it's good to hear that all these presentations have some sort of link to each other in mental wellness and the whole being, the physical being of who we are. So yes, those were some of my comments. Willie, were you going to say something else? I may have cut you off. I'm sorry.
Oh, hey, no, I love listening to both you and Gary, especially Gary. But yeah, I do. I'm in a new program with Kids and Health, and it's I'm the Healthy Communities Facilitator. So my main role is to get all the other programs connected to, and even with the external agencies, to see how we can further enhance and see what kind of gaps there is, and further enhance the health and well-being of from children right up to the elders and stuff like that. So that's one of the main reasons was I asked us how do we engage the youth and everything. So, and I thank Jerry for his response.
Yes, and it's all right to start small, Willie, you know, with a few numbers. Because when you have success and then other ones they start to be attracted to it. Because sometimes we get this view, we're going to get all the youth. You know, but sometimes it's good to start, you know, identify a group that you want to work with, or a group of family members, youth, and start to work with them, you know, and start to connect with them. And then after that, you can, others will be attracted. Attraction is being successful, you know, and attracting youth, I think, is the way to go. Okay, we have that one. Thanks for the question, Willie. Good luck with your work.
Thank you very much, Jerry. I have to run off now to another meeting, so it's a pleasure to see you and a pleasure to listen to you this morning.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for joining us. So Nankaini, on to your question. Would you mind sharing how it was like in residential school, Jerry?
Yes, thanks to the young lady for asking the question, because I have granddaughters as old as you, and they have yet to ask me, how was it? Of course, I need to go to them and tell them as well. You know, the residential school was a mix for me in experiences. Parts of it were very frightening. Parts of it, I did have a chance to meet many people from all over, and not all over BC, but different parts, and join in recreation, like soccer. We played a lot of soccer and basketball at the residential school. But the part, when you ask how was it, it hurt me. You know, it brought hurt to me. And my message on that, following that hurt, admitting that, is that we need to address it and we need to heal from it, so we don't pass it on to our children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren, to stop it. You know, deal with the hurt and the pain that comes from that residential school experience. You know, there was a lot of times that even though you're surrounded by children your age, it's lonely there. You're afraid, you know, because you're not home. You're not eating the food you're used to eating. And there's many times I wanted to go home. but you cannot do that. So it was lonely, scary at times. Wasn't 24/7, but enough, to cause hurt for many years of my life until I started to heal. So I don't quite know what to add to that, to the young lady, but just to know that it wasn't a good experience, but that we can heal from it. We need to help each other to heal from that experience.
Thank you for that question, and thank you, Gerry. I know as you say, I know I didn't ask my mom of what her experience was like up until it became a part of my job. In this current job that I have, of course, we do presentations for the first year medical students, the dentistry program, the international medical students for the university. And the experience is one thing to be the person asking the question, but when you become the person that tells your parents' story, it was a different place for me to be, and to understand that I'm 44 years old, and for the first time, some of these stories are being talked about by my parents, and understanding what they went through at the age of 5, 6, and 7, being taken away, and understanding why it wasn't talked about, and like you said in the beginning, how that affected how you're a parent, and I look at how that affected how I parent, and my daughter's 24, and I see how it affected her. My son is a teenager. He's just younger than you there at Nankaini. He's 15, so I see how the effect of the residential school affected my parenting, and appreciate and understand now why I was parented the way I was parented, right? What was missing, and I like how your presentation tied into how can we move this from the colonization and the effects of the residential school into a solution-based program, and the project that you put so much time and energy into, and wanting something greater for the youth in our province and First Nations communities. I appreciate how all of that is tied together. Are there any more questions from Nankaini, or comments, or any comments online? What we've done online is actually shared that two-spirited. Oh, sorry. Yes, go ahead.
I forgot my question. Sorry, just wait. I'll remember. Sorry. Oh yeah. In residential school, after you got out, did you ever felt like you were unloved?
After residential school, did I ever feel unloved? And the answer is yes and no. I had a wonderful grandmother and mother and father who let me know that they cared for me. And the problem, I think, became after I left. I went out working right away after I finished grade 12. And what I had to learn to do was to have love and respect for Gerry. And it took many years to do that, and I'm still working on it. To believe in Gerry, to know that Gerry's a good man. That was the part that I struggled with. I was lucky to have people that love me. And I believe we're all like that. We all have someone that loves us. And where we run into problems is when we have a hard time with ourselves. We start to question ourselves or criticize ourselves. And that's what I was doing. So now I'm stopping that.
That's great, because as you share, it feels like it brings this healing energy to what the residential school was and is in our lives, and how it's affected us. Because when you talk about feeling unloved, the effects, how that's passed down, how you talked about, your children and your grandchildren, and just through this past month of, my mom and I sitting there through many conversations preparing for a presentation to 300 medical students. At one point in time, I asked her, and we talked about the love and the feeling unloved, and I told her at grade 6, you stopped showing me affection. It's exactly what you talked about in nurturing the baby and the child. And why was she like that? Why in grade 1 did you stand at my door, tears streaming down your face? But, all these years I went on thinking, okay, well, I'm not good enough for a hug anymore, just your personal experience. But now I understand it was something greater. She had a fear of losing us as children because that's the age she was taken away from her mom. She wasn't shown affection from my granny because my granny was also a residential school. So the impact is passed down by generation. If it's not resolved, which is what you're talking about, that we love ourselves and we begin that healing process, that it makes us a more holistic being, that when we start to deal with those issues. And now that I'm aware of why things were the way they were, we can begin that healing process. And I guess open to the understanding that she didn't mean to do it. It was just how she was taught in residential school, and that the affection stopped at grade 1. But now she's learned from the grandchildren, and I'm not sure if you're in line with that, but the grandchildren just run up and give her all the hugs in the world, right? And her comment to the medical students were, if I could have had my grandchildren first, everything would be different, right? So I'm just hoping that answers some of, your question, that what we've said. So is there any other questions for Ninkaini?
Well, to your question, or what you're just telling me, both my grandmas are like that. Like, it seems like they don't show their love. And,
yes, it's like, sorry.
And my question is how come it hurts them so much?
How come it hurts them so much? By probably the effects of the residential school. How come it hurts them so much? Not being able to show the love.
Oh, okay.
So she's talking about that piece.
That's a wonderful question. Like, to me, it's almost like something magic happened. When we stop showing affection, like a simple hug. How can that stop? What stops a person from being like that? The only answer I have is that experience we went through when we were taken away. And you're there for many years, some for 12 years, and they don't experience those hugs. When we learn that as children, if it's okay, then we're going to carry it on. But when we don't learn it, no one has taught us, because teaching how to love one another or to be affectionate with hugs, if we don't go through it, then it's awkward for us. We don't quite know how to do it. I know that feeling. It's like you hug someone and they're stiff like a board, and there's no response. I know that feeling. And I wish it wasn't there. I wish we could all be together as family and be all right with holding each other. Because that's a wonderful feeling. And we need to go to that, because it helps us to grow. It helps us to be strong, to feel that kind of love. People even became afraid as mothers and fathers to say, I love you to the children. And that's why I say it's like magic, that someone took it away. But we can be magic and we can bring it back. You young people at Nenkane, when you become parents, you go back to the old way. My granny was the old way, and she would have tears when she see a relative, and I see them hugging each other. Old ladies. I know that's the way we were before. We go back to that. We leave this residential school way behind, because it became a way of life at residential school, and we need to leave it behind.
Oh, wait, they talk too much. What?
Oh, they were talking amongst themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. Michelle on Adobe Connect said, thank you for sharing your experiences and tips. I will focus more on connections and building relationships with youth, families, and communities.
Oh, very good. Thank you, Michelle. Keep up the good work.
So as we come to a close, unless there's more comments or questions from Nankini, the youth, thank you for being present with us and listening to the presentation and having those wonderful questions. That's what we're at. That's what we're about here. Yes?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a
Thank
lot.
you.
It's very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you. So as we
Have a
bring
good
this
day.
Have a good
Thank
day.
you.
Thank you.
Just going to wrap up and do the upcoming learning circles. We do have a session tomorrow for those interested with Dr. Kim Rossmo, Aboriginal, the actually criminology series from 7 to 9 tomorrow at Simon Fraser University, talking about his research and project on the murdered and missing women in the downtown east side, and his geographical profiling, how that helped. And it currently still helps in some of the cases that are ongoing here in the province and the Vancouver area. October 8th, Feeding Your Family Delicious Food. We're going out live to the university, and Jerry Caston will be joining us from the First Nations Health Authority. October 15th, this might be of interest to some of our youth up in there in Nankini. We have the Chinook at Indigenous Business Education, Aboriginal Careers at UBC. October 16th, Aboriginal Midwifery as a Career. We have a couple of the registered midwives of BC joining us. October 30th, Aboriginal Midwifery in communities and what that could look like. November 5th, we have fantastic foods for babies and moms with Jerry Caston. November 13th, that may be of interest also to Nankini, is Youth Co Presents Contraception. November 20th, Healthy Eating for Wellness, Chronic Disease Prevention and Management. We have in November, Aboriginal Safe Sleep Program. November 26th, Trauma Informed Practice with Indigenous Children and Youth. We have Natalie Clark coming to visit us. December 3rd, Traditional Foods. And then we have our registration link, learningcircle.ubc.ca. If anybody has any feedback on today's session or what they would like to see as a future session, please send us an email or send us some feedback. We are always open for feedback and input into the future programming of what the UBC Learning Circle and Youth Circle could look like in bringing ongoing program to you. As you see, there's a series of foods and nutrition and traditional wellness, and then there's also a series. I'm really glad Jerry came today because it seems to have had the fit that we're working on the series with the Indian residential school and moving into the healing portions of that and moving into other areas. So it seemed like a really good fit today. So thank you, and I'm hoping that we can actually invite you back to do some future sessions with us. And maybe the Learning Circle and the Youth Circle maybe on drumming or something, extend that invitation. If there is no more final connections or comments or questions, thank you for joining us, and you all have a wonderful day. Thank you very much. from downtown Vancouver.